Oop. What's up, YouTube? Alright, I'm back. I am back. I'm torn. I'm torn between continuing to build the temple or running Trial of Sekhemas. And look at that. We got ourselves a mirror. What do I want to do? I think I'm going to run Sekhemas. Alright, so for this I need some Desperate Alliance relics. Last I looked, there were like 40 divs each. I'm gonna buy them in divines because I don't have very many annuls right now. I'll start with those 5. Some of these support gems I can put back. I was doing some experimentation with this gem, which seems interesting, but it's kind of tough to build around. And then I didn't really like the way Detonate Dead played. Fork and Sion's Temper is if I want to use Bone Storm as a clear skill. That was just another experiment that I tried. Kind of a failed experiment. And then I don't really feel the need to use an instant leech jewel, so I'll put this away as well. Oh, actually, before I start running this, I'm going to throw some currency at this focus and see if I can reroll one of the prefix lines to give me % increased spell damage. For that, I'm going to need some Omens of Sinistral Erasure. Let's buy 10. See where that gets us. Where is it? Right here. And then we're of course going to be using Perfect Chaos. Oh, that's nice. Come on, give me % increased spell damage. One more. Wow. Crazy. Crazy how fast you can blow through currency in this game. That was 1,000 divines in like 10 seconds. Playing with Plague Bearer today, you can astral it like Bone Cage. Interesting. I actually didn't know that. Do you have a POB for your build? I'd be curious to see. You're playing an attack-based build, I assume? Or are you using Spellcaster? Plague Bearer is a fun skill. Seems like using that with astral projection would be fun. Oh, really? Are you not playing Blink and you put Plague Bearer on in place of that? Oh, you're saying the Plague Bearer support gem, right? I was confusing it with the Spirit gem. What is the Spirit gem called? Yeah, it's an expensive helmet for sure. I was confusing it with. Okay, so you're using Plague Bearer and vulnerability. So you do go back and forth between the two, or? Yeah, that is pretty nice that it has no cost. I'll try it. I need a lower level Spirit gem so I can then upgrade it. Or I can just spec a bunch of points into Dex real quick. I feel like if I'm gonna try it, I might as well get a level 21. Yeah, Bursting Plague is fun. Earlier in the league, I tried a Poison Twister build. And that was a lot of fun. And then last league, I used Plague Bearer a little bit. So I'm familiar with the skill. But I didn't know you could use it with Astral Projection. That's a really interesting idea. So let's see. How much Dex do I have? 143. Let me grab a little bit more Dex. I think that should be enough to get me the gem. All right, let's see if I can buy a... $30 divs. Alright, so I'm going to turn off blink for a minute. Throw on Plague Bearer. What's up? How's it going? So I need... Do I have an astral projection? I don't think I do. Oh wait, there's one. So astral projection, plague burst, right? That's a skill gem. Oh, bursting plague, there it is. For sure, magnified area. Maybe bleed support too? What other skill gems are you using? Chow? Or what other supports are you using? Because you can make it bleed. And it's like we benefit from increased magnitude of bleed. Yeah. A guy in the chat just said he's trying the build too, and he put Plague Bearer on it. Arakali's Lust benefits from Rage, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not playing with Rage. Oh no, for each poison on the enemy. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Skills deal 8% more damage with hits for each poison on the enemy. Can also just use like Heft or something. I'm just going to throw that on there for now. Yeah, poison sucks. I was confusing it with there is one that benefits from like the more rage you have, the more poison, or like the faster poison deals damage or something. I forget what it's called, but it's another support gem, lineage gem. All right, I'm gonna try this. So let's see, we got astral projection. Throw bursting plague on there for extra AoE. Magnified area. I'm gonna throw a bleed on, and then just heft. Ah, okay, maybe not bleed, because I don't have the strength. What are the recommended gems? Oh, physical mastery works. Oh, I'll throw my Diala's Desire in there. Let's take a look. Double crit chance, magnitude of ailments, spell damage, that's a nice one. Chaos damage actually doesn't do much for the build, but the crit is nice. The magnitude of ailments with crits, or just magnitude of ailments and max mana. It's a nice gem too. Yeah, those are nice. Did you craft those, or did you like buy and craft, or? Okay. Okay. I found that boundless energy, just in my personal testing, is not really necessary on this build because Bone Cage has such a low energy requirement. So if you look at like Comet or something like that, because cast on crit, the amount of energy it generates is based on the it's based on the cast speed of the skill. And Bone Cage has a really fast cast speed already, and like something like Comet has a really slow cast speed. The amount of energy you need to generate a Comet trigger is 3 times higher than you need for Bone Cage. So in my testing, what I found feels the best is 2 Bone Cages. I know that's different from what I talked about in my build guide, but at the time I needed Diala's Desire in there too, so I couldn't fit the second Bone Cage. But I respec'd and grabbed Efficient Inscriptions. So now I can add that second Bone Cage in, and it feels a lot better. Another option is actually the guy who's in the chat with you right now is recommended a second option you could try is have 1 Bone Cage and 1 Detonate Dead. Detonate Dead creates explosions. It's also a physical skill, so it scales with your physical levels. And it deals explosive damage based on the corpse's max health. So you deal like a percentage of their max health. It's a pretty fun way to play it too. Okay, I need to unspec all of these dex points now. Gotcha. Let's see, so we're going back to damage. Damage. It's kind of annoying that I've got that Vertex helmet that says skill gems have no attribute requirements, but I can't equip them unless I have the right amount of attributes. So I have to like spec into having the right number of attributes, and then I can respec. And now I can still use Plague Bearer, but yeah, just kind of annoying. And where am I going to put this? I'll just throw this down here for a minute. Okay. I'm going to try this in a couple maps real quick, just to test it. How much intel mana to keep? I recommend getting as much damage as you can. The amount of intel I have is exactly the amount I need to run both my gear and all of the support gems I need, or all the support gems I have. But yeah, I generally, in terms of mana, like it would be nice to have more mana for more survivability, but there was another guy who made my build, and he made kind of a lower budget version of it, and he ended up with somewhere around 2,300 mana, and he still said it feels really good for him. I'm running at 2,800 in Hideout. With mana remnants, you know, that goes up higher, and then headhunter buffs, like there will be times when I'm running, the amount of mana I have is like over 5,000, like 5,500 at times. So build feels tanky. Yeah, I'll be streaming for, let's see, I'll be on for probably like another 3.5 hours or so. So I'll be here for a little bit. All right, let me grab a map. All right, let's test it out. Plague Bearer Tech. In terms of the remnants, you have remnants 3. I use in both life remnants and mana remnants, I use the one that has the delay. And I feel like it plays really well. It feels very smooth. Okay, so now I can use that. Yeah, dude, so some people had them listed for, there was somebody had one listed for like 11,000 divines. And then this morning I had mine listed for 2 mirrors. It didn't sell overnight. And then when I looked this morning, somebody had one listed for like 9,000 divines. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll change the price. I'll lower it. You know, mirrors are going for like 7,800, something like that. So I'll list it for like 10,000. And I looked back and that 9,000 one sold like right away. But I had to leave for work, so I didn't have time to like wait and change the price again. And mine sold for 10,000 divines like within probably a half hour. But I mean, I can't complain. It was like 1.2 mirrors, 1.25 mirrors or something. Like that was a great Against the Darkness. Still my biggest sale ever. Yeah, this Plague Bearer tech it's cool. It's just another button to press, which I guess I don't love as much. But if you're having fun with it, and since you have the spirit, since you're not playing Blink, might as well. Doesn't hurt to have something like this on there. Some tech that I kind of did want to try at one point, if I was not running Blink, was, or if I could find like another source of spirit somehow, is you can combine, you can get Combat Frenzy, because Combat Frenzy works with Pin. Get the Resonance Keystone on the tree to turn your Frenzy charges into power charges, and then use Charge Regulation, and then you get 25% more crit chance pretty much all the time because you're not consuming the power charges. So that's another thing you can do with your spirit. Okay. I'm going back to Blink just because Blink is amazing. Thank you for telling me about the Plague Bearer tech though. That's really cool. The one thing I would really like to incorporate on the build somehow is some form of like explosion chaining. The gem that was really appealing to me was, there's a support gem called Bone Shrapnel, this one. So, what's it called? Bone Cage deals a lot of pin. Like it pins enemies really effectively. If you can get the Bone Cage to pin an enemy and then kill them with a different skill that has this Bone Shrapnel socketed into it, then it would cause a bone shrapnel explosion that deals 25% of the pinned target's life. Does it not work in Plaguebearer? It doesn't work in, I was hoping it would work in Vulnerability, but it doesn't. I have not messed with Palm of the Dreamer. There could be something there with Palm of the Dreamer. The only thing holding me back from using Palm of the Dreamer is that I don't really have another good use for that much spirit. Like if there were, I remember we were talking about this yesterday, but if there was another like cast on meta gem or something like that, that I could put that spirit into, then it would be awesome to have, to throw on like a Palm of the Dreamer or something. But right now having a rare focus is just so good, mainly because of the spell levels. The spell levels work really well for vulnerability. Is there somewhere better to put this? Oh, Diala's Desire helps Bone Storm's DPS more. More than Considered Casting does. Yeah, it's worth a try. If you try Palm of the Dreamer so you can blink, let me know. Let me know how the DPS feels. Because I think my biggest concern is that the DPS is going to drop off a lot. But, I mean, Clear could also feel even better, too, because of the Gloom Shrine benefits, so could be fun. And yeah, I agree. I haven't noticed any. I've tried a few things with Bone Shrapnel, and I haven't seen any like benefits. I haven't even noticed the explosions going off. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to imagine the damage would be that much worse. I do think the damage would feel worse against bosses, but for Clear it might feel better. But for Palm of the Dreamer against bosses probably won't feel as good. That's my guess anyways. Sure, I put Bone Storm back on. I want to see what my DPS is with this. Yeah, losing the crit is going to be painful for sure. I think losing the crit and losing the spell levels are what's going to make it painful. Okay, what is my Bone Storm DPS up to 3.3 mil? Look at the level 40 skill gem. The 4 and 0 are on the different line. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna run some Desperate Alliance runs to see if I can get lucky again. Pin their motivation notable to prevent pinned from dealing crits. My Bone Storm is high because, well, I just threw on the +3 to level of Bone Storm skills, so that makes a big difference. And then my gear is just insane. I bought this new amulet today for like 2,000 divines. It's got spell damage on it. Yeah, you definitely want a level 21 skill gem, Bone Storm gem. And then obviously, you know, +5 wand, +2 spell skills, the +4 here, +3 from the amulet. And then I've got Diala's Desire in there right now, so that's how it's up to level 40. That plus all of the other damage sources that I have from having like really good skill gems or really good jewels and stuff. That's how I'm continuing to push the Bone Storm DPS higher. The only thing now, like my next project, is to make a better focus. Which Chow, as you like entered my chat, I have a focus that I'm working on. I've thrown like 2,000, actually probably about 2,000 divines at this focus already today. This one here. Just trying to get the second line of % increased spell damage on the prefix. If I can get a T1 of that and then get critical damage bonus in the suffix, that would be a huge damage bonus. Yeah, I decided, oh, that's how my damage went up too, is I put cooked on. So a couple things about poison is having a lot of poison stacks is really nice, and it produces a lot of DPS for Bone Cage more specifically. The DPS, the poison DPS for Bone Cage is really high. But because Bone Storm shoots so many projectiles, it shoots like 20 projectiles. You know, if only 6 of those projectiles produce poison effects, the amount of poison DPS you get is not as good. And I was noticing that in POB. So I was like, I might actually just get more bang for the buck if I go for cooked, because it gives so much critical damage bonus. And then we don't see the downside of reduced defenses on this build, because defenses include, you know, armor, evasion, and energy shield. We're not using energy shield, and we don't care about armor and evasion. So we don't see any downside to this node. But 60% crit bonus is huge. So that's another one of the ways I boosted my DPS. But I haven't POB'd the cooked versus extra poison change, so I don't know. I don't know what one is actually better. I'm just kind of testing that right now. And yeah, I did drop the poison one, so stacking toxins. It's worth trying both. I'm not sold on one being better than the other right now. One thing I do think would be fun to try on this build, one person that followed my build guide ended up doing this, was instead of having a wand and a focus, he is running a chiming staff on both weapon sets that has really high, like, he's got, you know, +7 to physical spell skills, really high crit chance and stuff like that. And that's allowing him to, I helped him build his tree. But right now, weapon set 2 is just like looking for more skill effect duration for Sigil of Power. But what he was able to do was go for these nodes, put Bone Storm on weapon set 2, and then grab these nodes that give you a chance for spell skills to fire additional projectiles. What that does is it makes you charge your Bone Storm faster, which is kind of nice. So there is some tech and some reason to just like run one really good physical spell staff versus the wand and focus. But I really like having Spell Slinger. I think Spell Slinger is really nice on this build, to just be able to pop Spell Slinger and just get a bunch of Bone Storm or Bone Cages really fast. It's nice against bosses and stuff. I'm gonna put the Bone Cage one back on. %50 crit chance on full life. Okay. I don't remember what node that is. Is that one of the nodes over here? The crit chance on full life? Against enemies that are on full life. I assume you mean this one. It's not bad, but it's also not great either. If that's the only good node on the Megalo, I would probably honestly opt to just get a rare Sapphire with good like crit chance, crit bonus, and magnitude of ailments on it. Something like that. It might give you more bang for your buck overall. Generally speaking, critical damage bonus is better than critical hit chance. Once you kind of reach a certain threshold of critical hit chance, and since most of our bone skills are high crit chance to begin with, they have a high base crit. Show you. Like this is sitting at just under 80%. Doedre's the vulnerability curse for me, according to POB, is sitting around like 62, 63%. But yeah, once you're over like 50%, I would say, or over 50 to 60% crit chance, then putting all of your investment beyond that into crit bonus is going to lead to a bigger overall damage boost. What are these horrible afflictions? Jeez. Starting me off rough. Guess we'll go with less damage. Yeah, no problem. You're following my build guide, so least I could do is offer advice. I'm still learning and tweaking the build too, so I'd like to share what I've learned. Since you're also following the build guide, one thing I will show you as well is when you're using Bone Storm, there's a little glitch, a little bug in the game. Normally when you cast Bone Storm, you move really slow. But if you tap twice really fast and then tap it a third time and hold, you can move full speed while you're casting Bone Storm, even when you're using Deliberation. I'd practice it a little bit, but it's once you get the hang of it, it makes using Bone Storm a lot easier in boss fights. .6% crit is great. I assume you mean on Bone Storm or your bone skills. But yeah, that's more than you'd need. Oh shit. I have no life. There we go. I ran out of life flasks demonstrating the Bone Storm bug. And then I couldn't cast my skills to fight these mobs. That was funny. why am I picking these up? I don't want to sort through them. Oh, nice. What did I get? I do 40% less damage. Oh, okay. You must have gotten a level 20 skill gem or a level 20 skill wand. My spell slinger is only level 18, so my wand only requires 137 intelligence. But yeah, definitely recommend, you know, running the minimum you need and then putting the rest into damage. Let me know how it feels for you. What did I lose? Oh, sweet. Hey, it's going good. How are you doing? Are you using the Palm of the Dreamer for both weapons? Weapon sets? I don't have Spirit in the second weapon set. I ran into that when I was playing Twister build before. I had, when I was doing my like Poison Twister, I had Palm of the Dreamer in my offhand on weapon set 2. And then weapon set 1, I couldn't run as many spirit gems. So yeah, it depends on the spirit you have in that weapon set. you'll just kind of have to play around with like what do you need on weapon set 1 versus 2 and turn things off accordingly. Blink, unfortunately, if you're using that, has to be on both weapon sets though. Doesn't let you allocate the sets. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Whoa. Wasn't expecting to get hasted right there. Oh my god, I'm moving so fast right now. This is crazy. Right, yeah, you won't have the spirit if you switch to the other weapon set. But what are you running on weapon set 2? Like the way I have my build set up right now, you know, I have the chiming staff in weapon set 2, and then my spirit gems for weapon set 2. Like I have cast on crit turned off on weapon set 2, so that's like 76 spirit I'm not using. And then you could turn off more stuff. I have these minions on weapon set 2, there's really no need for it. Gotcha. All right, that's two full floors of Sekhemas, and I haven't taken a hit yet. Maybe I'm almost ready to do a last flame run. Yeah, right. They're going, well, overall, not that great. But last night in Sekhemas, I dropped an Against the Darkness, and I sold it this morning for 10,000 divines. So I guess you could say going pretty good. It was probably like the best Against the Darkness you could drop with gain as extra cold damage and spirit. But I guess you could say I'm a believer in Sekhemas now. I was at 4,000 divines. I had made a big sale. So I was at 4,000 divines before that. And then I got the 10,000 divine sale. And then I spent like 4,000 divines today buying new gear and crafting stuff. So I'm sitting at about, I bought a mirror just to have it on hand. And then I've got a couple thousand divines on top of that. Instant casting of Hammer of the Gods. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Oh, I forced myself into doing a gauntlet trial. That's annoying. I bought a new amulet. So I bought this one for like 2,000 divines today. The only difference between this one and my other one that I was using was this one has percent increased spell damage on it instead of percent increased energy shield. So that was 2,000 divines. And then I am trying to craft a new focus because I couldn't find one that had the stats that I want on the market. It just like doesn't exist. So I'm trying to craft my own. And I've already sunk like 3,000 divines into it. Tried the full trial. First time denied on my blood mage. The full trial of Sekhemas? The last boss can be tough. The first handful of times I tried fighting him, I lost. And I always got like nervous when I got to him because it was like, am I going to beat him this time? Like I did all this work to get here. So I got like nervous about it. But now I've probably fought him like a couple hundred times. Gotcha. Do you have all of your ascendancy points? If you need a carry, I can carry you through. Yeah, I have heard about that curse tech. You like, there's a one of those like augments, the runes or whatever that you put in your gloves, and then when you cast curses, you get like that mana back or something. Isn't that how it works? I remember trying that before and it didn't feel that great. Ah, okay. Uh, yeah, I mean, I totally understand wanting to solo it. It's kind of like a rite of passage almost to down him, down Zarok for your first time by yourself and actually earn your ascendancy. You can do Trials of Chaos too. Then you have a chance at getting it adorned also. What do I want to do here? No evasion. So I'm so fast right now. That's cool. Yeah, that's really cool mana regen tech. It makes me kind of want to try a Disciple of Rashta. It has some really cool benefits. Dreamer's insane. Ah, you're making me want to try it now. And yeah, adorned comes from the Trials of Chaos Trial Master. So you need to have all three keys. The what are they called? The oh man, I'm blanking on what they're called right now. But yeah, the Trials of Chaos. There's like Victory. I'm blanking on the names right now. But you get those three keys. You can buy them from the currency exchange. They're like 20 divines each, I think. And then you plug them in at the end, fight the Trial Master, and he has a 1 in 50 chance to drop Adorned, which sells for a mirror unidentified. Yeah, I think that's the main reason I want to try Disciple of Rashta is because of the fact that you can use a staff and focus at the same time. I think the main reason I hadn't tried that yet was because I was kind of broke, but now that I have a mirror, maybe I will. Man, look at all these gauntlet trials. That's awesome. I'm too fast. It's like hard to control. Whee! Yeah, thank you. I I agree. It's fun to try the meta and like try what everybody else is doing and experience that, but I've always been attracted to like finding something new and different and unique. That's why I like the idea of trying the Disciple of Rashta too. And I only make build guides if I can find something unique or like a unique spin on something that everybody else is doing. All right, man. Have a safe trip to the airport. And yeah, I'll try Palm of the Dreamer. You've convinced me. I'll give it a try. Maybe I'll try doing a temple run with it or something. Okay, drops are slower. Sure. I still haven't taken a hit in this Sekhemas run. This floor is the hardest to get through without taking hits, though. Because of these mobs that shoot projectiles. Ooh, fickle blessings. Oh, that's an interesting concept. It does sound like it'd be hard to put together, though. A lot of moving parts. I feel like one of the strongest aspects of Stormweaver too is the fact that you can shock enemies twice or stack 2 stacks of shock on them. And if you were to go Black Flame, then you'd kind of lose that, which would kind of suck. Well, I guess you could use the what's it called, Zoph's, or one of those breach lineage gems that gives you like chaos damage contributes to shock magnitude. Target. There's somebody missing. This movement speed feels insane right now. Okay, if I grab this, then this. I love getting the, oh, not Gauntlet. If you get when you do Sekhemas, if you get the Merchant in the last room right before you fight Zarok, you can get the boon that makes it so you can't be damaged in the next room. And you can go into the Zarok fight being invincible. It's kind of fun. That's true. Oh, there is that passive. I forgot about the one that makes it so all hits contribute to shock. The infinite ignite tech is pretty cool. I don't know if you're familiar with that. There is some infinite ignite tech you can use where you can like basically deal like infinite DPS. There's a couple ways you can do it. One way is like you have to use a crossbow and to use oil grenade, and then you use this incinerate skill, and you can deal like infinite DPS to bosses. And then there's another way to do it as a pure spellcaster where you don't have to use a crossbow, but I can't remember the tech right now. I'm gonna turn blink off for this. Oh, I took my first hit. I'm not ready for a last flame run. That's lame. You had that happen to you on your third ascendancy? It's fun when it happens. But yeah, you can get it against the last boss too, which is nice. I'm gonna go my full DPS mode against a against Zarok. Yeah, it's for sure like a bugged interaction, but... Oh, I still have one more trial to do. Never mind. One more room. Yeah, there are some videos out there on it. You can check it out. There was a guy who did a kind of a fun video. He's doing like a bunch of challenge runs right now where he tried to see if he could basically, beat Path of Exile 2, kill Uber Arbiter, and the restriction he placed on himself was he cannot use the passive tree at all. So like no passive points, no ascendancy. And he used that tech where he used Oil Grenade and Incinerate, and he was able to kill Uber Arbiter with that, with no passive tree. Pretty crazy. Oh, see, I got it. Boon, Moment's Peace. You cannot be damaged until you complete the next room. So now when I go in to fight Zarok right now, he's not going to be able to do any damage to me. I'll just buy everything, because why not? It won't matter, because I'm going to kill him super fast anyways, but... Yeah, pretty cool video. Oh, I messed up my bossing rotation and didn't kill him right away. Oh god. That. Oh, I'm scared to look at it. I'm scared to look at it. Is it going to be a good one? Horrible. Oh, gain as extra fire might be kind of worth something. Let's see. Let's see. Is that worth anything? No, it's not. Just finding one with spirit is really like the only thing you need to look for when you're farming against the darkness. And then also spectrum caches. I don't see any. I only open spectrum caches and time lost caches. Everything else I leave. I feel like I'm going to get bored of running Sekhemas pretty fast. Oh, less sacred water. Why am I picking these up? Ah, I want the Against the Darkness. Has a super tink build to power through campaign. Um, Honestly, I do this on pretty much any class. I go grenades. So I would look up on YouTube guy that dies. Um, he won the last speedrun race. He actually, I'll link it in the chat. He put a guide out about like how to run campaign faster. And he tells you like, here's when you want to level up your crossbow. Here's when you want to like do this, do this, do this. Using his guide, I was able to get through the whole campaign in like, with the twink setup, I was able to get through it in like 4.5 hours. I can show you on screen. He recommends this for like pretty much anything except for caster builds. There are caster ones out there as well, but honestly, you could do this on a caster build too. If you go to, you could play this on like Witch, for example. It's just your pathing. You're not going to be quite as good. Yeah, he even says like, here's the twink gear for like level 1 to 13, like where Miss Whisper, this, you use a tabula rasa with 6 jewels in it that all have like increased damage with crossbows, like attack speed, stuff like that. Meginord's Girdle, and then like, okay, at level 14, you want to switch to a varnished crossbow, and he tells you in the guide like when to switch. He managed to do campaign in less than 3 hours with this build because he's insane, but yeah, you get a bombard crossbow, gives you all the gear. And then you can watch on his YouTube channel, like specifically, see him execute it as well. He has like, he live streams it, and you can see like the VOD of him getting through the campaign in like 2.5 hours or whatever. Just for reference. But yeah, if I were going to level a new character right now, like if I do decide to do a Disciple of Rashta, I probably will do the grenade setup just because I have all the gear already. And then once I get to like through the campaign and get to like level 60, somewhere around there, then I'll just leech off of somebody's temple. Because if you do temple leech, you can get like 30 levels. You can go from like level 60 to level 90 in like 15 minutes. That's one way that you can basically go from, level 1 to level 90 in a day if you devote a whole day to it. I've never been a big fan of Warrior myself, but I am curious about the build that other guy was talking about. I guess Miso Akshiro is doing some kind of instant Hammer of the Gods build. I imagine that's what he's doing for his HCSSF playthrough. Because I remember seeing that he was doing hardcore solo self-found. I feel like that's something I might want to try at some point. I tried hardcore SSF at one point, and I did it with Chaos Witch, and I died like in the interludes. Hourglass. You said this was your first league, right? Was your warrior your first character, or did you start with the sorceress? Oh, of doing like hardcore. I thought I wouldn't be able to handle it either, but You know, if you go really slow and you're careful and you're confident in your campaign running ability, then it's definitely doable. It just means you can't get careless. Like every fight matters, you know? Adds an interesting element to the game. And you have to really focus on your defenses much more so than with other in standard league. Oh yeah. That makes sense. Warrior definitely feels weaker. I need to change my build or my loot filter. I haven't played a sorceress since 0.1. It was very OP back then. Blood Mage is definitely the probably the strongest ascendancy still. I feel like Blood Mage for like the last 2 or 3 leagues has been the strongest ascendancy. But Sorceress this league is definitely more powerful than it was last league. Oh, I got hit. Dumb. Oh, what a... That's annoying. My boss hit me too. No, when I started this character, my plan was actually to play Twister. And I did that for a while. So my first character of the league, my league start character was I played Mercenary, Grenades, and I switched to Explosive Shot when I got to campaign, or when I got to endgame. And then I made this character with the plan to make it a Twister build. And I did that for a while. I played Twister until I got this character to level 100. And then I played like an Elemental Twister version. Really fun, super powerful build. And I got just kind of bored of it. So then I made my Oracle, cast on crit Comet Oracle. And then I had that like I got to a point where I had like 2 mirrors worth of currency, and I just wanted to experiment with builds. And since I already had, a level 100 Pathfinder, I decided to start experimenting with different poison builds. So I tried first I did a poison twister build. I tried to make a poison mace build, which I did last season. Last season I made a poison mace build that was pretty fun. I couldn't replicate it this league though because they nerfed some stuff. And then I came up with the idea to try a poison spellcaster, and I started with plant spells, and I made the build guide on that one. And then right after I released the build guide for the poison plant build, I came up with the idea for this one. It kind of hit me. I had like a light bulb moment. And I was like, wait, you could probably use vulnerability curse and do Doedre's undoing and have that trigger like bone cage or something. And then I started playing around with it, and now it's my favorite build. Super, super fun. That hit me? That's lame. Oh my god, I'm getting hit by all kinds of bombs. Okay. I do have some other ideas for this build too, though. Because of the way Plaguefinger gloves work, it makes it so all of your damage contributes to poison magnitude. So you could also theoretically do like an elemental poison build. So I was kind of thinking of doing like a lightning build or something, like arc or something, or even lightning warp maybe. No, nothing big to drop. I got a crappie against the darkness. Just like what did I get? Damages extra fire and reduced ignite duration. It's worth like 65 divines. So maybe this will be the run. I might have spent all my luck on the last drop though. Yeah, I mean that's between this character and my Comet Oracle, they can do all content in the game. Last Flame is just something I would never try personally because it's just, you know, it costs 3 mirrors for the relic, and then that's more a skill thing. It's not like is my build good enough? It's like am I good enough to go through 4 floors of Sekhemas without taking a single point of damage? I know there are strategies for doing last flame runs though, where like I think if you use guard from the what's that flask called? Olroth's Resolve. I think that if you take damage to your guard, it doesn't affect your honor. I could be wrong, but I know people use stuff like that to manage to complete Sekhemas without getting hit. But I know people are also just good enough at it to not get hit when they run it. Seems way too scary to me to even try. Maybe if I had a lot of like currency to just throw away, I could try it, but if I was sitting on like 20 mirrors, I might be willing to try something like that, but not right now. Okay, fast traps. Woo, one divine sale. Big money. Missed one? I still need to try the Palm of the Dreamer. I keep forgetting to try it. I'll if I remember after this run, I'll go buy one real quick and give it a try. The loss of crit's gonna be painful, but I'll still try it. Oh, got hit. Stupid. Oh, wait. I got it again. Moment's peace. That's twice in a row. I feel like I'm destined to not get any good drops if I make the fight that easy for myself. Okay, this time I want to kill him before he goes into his second phase. No, don't do it. Ah, oh, jerk. Alright, let's see what we get this time. Please, a good one. Please. Cold res and shock duration. Lame. The cheapest against the darkness, like, this is probably on par with like the worst possible against the darkness you could get. They still sell for like 60 divines. And the relic you need to run, these relics cost 40. So, and you're guaranteed if you beat the boss to get something worth 60. So Sekhemas is guaranteed money. That's the low risk route to go to play Sekhemas and make money off of it. The high risk strategy is to do what I'm about to do, which is take 3 crappy ones and reforge them and hope you get a better one. So this is like a, 180 divine gamble. I mean, it's guaranteed money. And then there is potential for really, really big money out of it. If you get a last flame to drop, they're worth, I want to say, 3 mirrors. I got an Against the Darkness yesterday, this one, that had gain 4% of damage as extra cold and plus 12 to spirit. And as you can see, I sold it for 10,000 divines. And yeah, it dropped from the last boss. Definitely a nice little profit there. Actually filled up Ange. I couldn't, it was like 7 tabs worth of divines. Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna try reforging these 3. So these are each worth 60 divines. I'm gonna reforge them and it'll give me a new one with different stats. And if I get one with spirit on it, it's instantly like 2,000 divines. Or I could get one just as bad. Then that'll probably be what happens, but here we go. 3, 2, 1, reforge. Cold res and dexterity. Yeah, that's garbage. Nobody wants that. So I'm just going to throw it in here for now. And then probably go try to run them again. Actually, before I do that, I do want to try. I want to try running Palm of the Dreamer. One of my viewers is running my same build, and he recommended trying a Palm of the Dreamer. It's kind of reduced my damage, but it's worth a try. Reduced light radius. They always give reduced light radius? Interesting. Get one with increased skill effect duration. And a good number of attributes. I just want to try it. I know my DPS is going to go way down, but it could be fun. This guy's got a whole bunch of these. Because the Palm of the Dreamer, it gives you the Dreaming Gloom Shrine. So when you kill enemies with it, they explode for chaos damage equal to 1/4 of their life. So when you kill like monsters that have a lot of health, it'll deal a huge explosion, and it causes like everything on your screen to explode at once. It's good for clear. Plus it also has the nice benefit of having a lot of spirit on it. Since it's a scepter, gives you 100 spirit, and you get gain 27% of damage as extra chaos, which is kind of nice. Let's see how bad my DPS goes down. So Bone Cage is at 363, and this is at 2.3 mil. So I lost 100,000 on Bone Cage and 700,000 on Bone Storm. I just want to try it though. Let's just run a map and see what it feels like. Sure. I also have less mana. All right, let's see. So I'll show you what it looks like. The Dreaming Gloom Shrine is that's why I have that little skull over my head. Yeah, I don't really care about the missing socket. I could add like more spirit to it or something, but I'm not even using the spirit. I just wanted to test it. That little purple explosion when they die, that's because of the Dreaming Gloom Shrine. Maybe I should try a temple run with this, just to really give it the old college try. Yeah, it does look kind of cool. Stupid Shroud Walker. My boss DPS is going to be way worse though. If I can even figure out how to get to the boss, where is he? Actually, it was not that much worse. Wow, I walked right by the crystals. All right, let's try a temple run. Let's just see how it feels. I think I have enough energy to do one. Oh, no, I have to do one more map. Okay, one more map. One temple run. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. See how it looks in the daylight. It's hard to see how skills look when you're running a delirious map like that. It is pretty satisfying to just see everything explode like that. Oh. I hate this boss. Ow. Let me just stand there while he throws a rock at my face. You couldn't get it to clear temple very well. That makes sense. Poison Burst is definitely a good build. I've never played it, so I can't really speak too much to it, but it didn't seem like it had good enough clear to really handle temple that well. At least not without like a lot of investment. Caster builds, like cast on crit builds, definitely seem to handle temple the best. When I was running Twister, that actually worked really well for temple too. Because Twister works really well in confined spaces. Oh. Let me going the wrong way. Are you still playing the Poison Burst build, or are you trying something different now? Okay, let's try temple. Okay, I need an armory, and I did not get one. Bummer. All right, let's see how this feels in temple versus running with the focus. Good luck, man. Uber Arbiter is very tough. Let me know how it goes. Yeah, this is significantly weaker with Palm of the Dreamer. It looks cool, but it's definitely not clearing temple as well as using the focus would. It's not bad though. If you can't afford a good focus, because good foci are very, very expensive, playing Palm of the Dreamer is definitely viable on this build. Like I'm still clearing it pretty nicely. I don't know what I'd recommend doing with all the extra spirit. I'd have to play around with that. It's just weaker damage output. The AoE is still good. It's not like a lot weaker. It's just a little bit weaker. Here, I'll throw my focus back on so you guys can see the difference. My crit is higher with the focus on, which means I'm getting more cast on crit procs, which I think is part of it. And then like since I'm doing more damage, like the big health enemies, like the little room bosses and stuff, die a lot faster with when I'm using a focus. Oh, that's a lock. Another lock. Wow. Okay. I don't even need to keep running this temple. Just go out, close it, and then hope that on my next run I get the armory that I need. I'm taking my time on building the temple this time around. Last time I built the Giga Temple on my other character, I think I did it in like 4 or 5 days. I built the whole thing, but that was such a grind. All right, back to Sekhemas. Oh, yeah. The tough thing about Uber Arbiter too is he moves a lot. He moves really fast, and his attacks are pretty fast. And then some of them like block the whole screen, so it's hard to tell what's going on. And then if you're trying to run like a more complicated bossing rotation, it can get pretty hectic. I like that they changed it though, because it used to be if you fought Uber Arbiter and you lost, then it just like kicked you out of the monolith, and you just had to go home and cry at that point. But now they made it that if you die, you can fight him again on normal difficulty, and normal difficulty he still has the same loot pool. So it's like, thanks for trying. Here's like your consolation prize kind of thing. I really don't like the Arbiter fight, and I honestly don't like fighting him unless my build can delete him like instantly or close to instantly. I remember I tried to fight him on like the second or third day of the league just to get the because the first time you beat him, it gives you the ability to roll rare tablets. And I was like, I really want to be able to do that. So I fought him with my grenades character on normal difficulty, and I probably fought him like 50 times in a row. And I ended up giving up because I just, I couldn't, I couldn't beat him. I was getting so mad. But I made a tweak to the build the next day, and then I took him down. He's hard though. Oh, hold on a minute, guys. My girlfriend's calling me. I'm gonna mute myself for a sec. All right, I'm back. Girlfriend had a lot to talk about on her break at work. She's a psych nurse, so I'm sure you can imagine what kind of stories she's got. Trial ritual. So far, I haven't taken any hits this run. I'm training for a theoretical Last Flame Relic run that I'm never going to actually do. I just want to know... Oh, see, I just got hit. You get to the 4th floor of Trial of Sekhemas and, like, avoiding hits becomes, like, 20 times harder. So there's a relic that you can get from the last boss in the Trial of Sekhemas called the Last Flame. I'll pull it up so you can see. It's a very, very low drop chance. And as you can see, they're very expensive. They cost 3 mirrors of Kalandra. So if you find one, you hit the lottery because you can sell it for 3 mirrors. But if you actually use this relic, it sets your max honor to 1. So if you look at my honor right now, I have 4,500. It sets your honor to 1. And then if you complete all 4 floors of the Trial of Sekhemas with only 1 honor, basically if you do it without getting hit a single time the whole way through, it's guaranteed to drop you a Temporalis. And Temporalis is like the best body armor in the game, essentially. The crappiest ones are also 3 mirrors, but you can get ones that are worth more. And the main line on here is it gives you skills have minus time to cooldown, which allows you, if you use it with blink, you can blink infinitely. So you can just like blink, 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 blink through the whole map. So, but yeah, to do a Last Flame run means you're using the Last Flame relic and you can't get hit a single time. And before that room, I hadn't gotten to hit this run yet, but I'm just kind of like imagining, trying to see if I'm good enough to actually complete a Last Flame run. Which, like I said, I'll never try, because if you lose, then you lose that relic and you just lost 3 mirrors. Hey, welcome back. I just got back too. I was on the phone with my girlfriend for a little bit. I did try the Dreamer. It's fun. It's fun. The clear isn't actually as good for me. I tried it in Temple, and it's still pretty good. It's like comparable clear, but not. I think the scepter or the focus is just a little bit better. But that could be actually a good budget option for this build, because Palm of the Dreamer, like 75 divines or something, versus a good focus can cost you thousands of divines. It's fun though. I like seeing the mobs pop. Oh, I got hit again. I'm bad at this game. Nice. Ah, stupid. I feel like that makes sense for overrun by the Abyss maps because the Abyssal mobs have a lot of health. So when you kill like those rares, getting the getting those high health mobs to explode for 25% of their health has got to be pretty crazy for clearing those Abyss pits. What is your crit chance when using Palm of the Dreamer? What I think my recommendation for what spirit gems to run while doing Palm of the Dreamer would be to grab resonance, the resonance keystone, and do the use what's it called, combat frenzy, and charge regulation, because then you get 25% more crit chance while you have a power charge, and that can give you pretty good uptime on power charges and help offset the loss of crit chance from not having a focus. I think that would be probably what I would do if I were using the scepter. 70% is still good. It's probably, if you're using pinpoint critical on vulnerability, that's probably sitting like around 50% or maybe high 40s would be my guess. I think that's where it probably would sit on my build. Was I using Bone Storm that whole time? Ah. Oh my god, I keep messing up the charge. I kept messing up I was trying to do this. Okay, let's see what we got. 3, 2, 1. Is it going to be a good one? 3, 2, 1. Garbage. Absolute trash. My girlfriend's working overnight tonight, so I'm probably going to do an extra long stream and stay up late. So I think I'm going to call it on Sekhemas for a little bit. I'm kind of getting bored of running them. Yeah. I have 2. I just reforged. After my last run, I reforged because I had 3. And I ended up with this one. I reforged and got another crappy one. Maybe I'll just buy a shitty one real quick just so I can reforge. Why not use keys? You're talking about reliquary keys? Oh, you mean the gold keys at the end? I only use the keys. There's only 2 chests that I spend my time opening, and they are spectrum caches, the gold spectrum cache, because those drop gems that are or jewels that are worth like a couple hundred divines, or time lost jewels, or time lost chests. Everything else I just ignore. They're not really worth my time. Okay. I mean, yeah, with Temple, I'm just trying to build it. So, I mean, you are welcome to join, but it's not really dropping much loot right now. What was I going to grab? Oh. Against the Darkness. Uncorrupted. Let's buy the cheapest one I can find in Divines, because I don't feel like switching currency over to a Nulls. Okay, sure, I'll just buy this one for 65 divs. All right. You guys ready? I'm going to reforge 3 again. Got 3 crappy against the Darknesses. Can we get something good? Please, Spirit. Anything with Spirit on it. Extra cold and lightning res. Is this worth anything? No, it's not. Yeah, 70 divine. 68 divine. Oh well. It was worth a try. Alright, I'm gonna go back to mapping for a bit. I'll come back to Sekhemas at some point. True. It's better than nothing. Alright. Grab. Need exactly 33 maps to get enough energy to run Temple. 10, 20, 33. Good luck, man. Yeah, if you can get the chess piece to drop, I think it's... I got one yesterday, I think. Sold it for 540 divines, unidentified. I think I've run at Ziri probably around 40 times, I would say. 40, 45 times. And I think I've gotten maybe 8 chests. They're pretty rare. Ooh. That makes sense. That would be good for Abyss running. Oh, he didn't die instantly. That was crazy. Strong boss. Okay. Man, if anybody needs gold, I've got 2 castaways just sitting right here. Okay. Time to go on the crystal grind. Actually, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Got some chocolates I'm gonna snack on. All right, I'm back. I am sitting at not enough rarity. Let's see. 98%. So just under 100. I really got to change my loot filter. I made some changes to it today, and then for some reason, Widow Hail is showing up as a tink now. Oh, nice. $125 is nice. I'm kind of thinking of... Actually, I want to take a look at this real quick. Those and various rings. What are the stats on these? Let me look at a base version. So they give big rarity, dex, and minus to all res. That's horrible. Can you get ones that are cultivated to have the minus all res removed? I would like to be able to just throw one on when I'm like temple running or something. Yeah, the headhunter buffs honestly are... That's why I run it. Is there not a way to see on PoE2DB what the potential cultivated mods are? It's not a Val unique? Oh, you can't cultivate it? So you have to live with the loss in res. Some of them sell for like mirrors, don't they? Is it just ones that have really like overrolled rarity or something? If it goes to 70, then it could probably overroll to like 80 or something, right? 70 divines, that's it. That sucks, man. That minus res is painful. I'm using my rings for resistances, so I don't think I'd be able to make up for the loss. Not on this build, at least. Somebody messaged me in game. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm hoping. Like, maybe I'll buy one, try it in Temple, because that's a huge amount of rarity. Exactly. It doesn't matter that much if you die, because then you just you can just respawn and try again. But for that increased amount of rarity, might be worth it. Wow, I walked right past the crystals. They're right there. I kind of want to try that tech I was talking about with the using Palm of the Dreamer and then using the charge regulation tech with Combat Frenzy. Oh, you got the diamond. Nice. I think those sell for like 65 divines unidentified, something like that. Oh, this is all my twink gear. One of these I have. I should have charge regulation. There it is. I know I've played around with Combat Frenzy recently. At least I thought I did. Oh, I got a low level one. I think blood magic is worth a lot. Because I remember I was trying to make a build with that at some point, and I was like, oh, I think one of those jewels you can get can have blood magic on it, and it was worth a good amount of money. I'm going to take off my Skeletal Cleric. Soul Offering. I'm going to throw on Combat Frenzy. And charge, oh, Charge Infusion. What the hell? Is the skill called Charge Infusion or Charge Regulation? Look at this. It says Charge Infusion here, and here it says Charge Regulation. What the hell? That's weird. Anyway, with Palm of the Dreamer on. Now I can turn on these two. Get some free chaos res while we're at it. Early access, yeah. I'm sure they will always have bugs in this game. They create so much new content for this game. They're bound to screw things up. Especially with the like aggressive time schedule they have themselves on. And then on Impurity, you can add a bunch of stuff. Damage while in full energy shield that does nothing. Or like Herbalism, Clarity 2. Their updates are insane. Let's go Clarity 2. Vitality 2. Cannibalism? And yeah, let's go Herbalism. Yeah, I think the reason for that is blood magic. Like most of the builds that use blood magic or want that node are like blood mages that they can save themselves a lot of travel nodes by using one of those jewels. So people are willing to pay a lot for them. Okay. All right, let's try this. Palm of the Dreamer, but I have Combat Frenzy and Charge Regulation on now. So that should help with the crit issues. So let's see, currently my crit chance for, where is it? Crit chance is sitting at 73.6. Ritual Cadence. Oh yeah, that's bad. That is a big rip. What's happening now is my I'm not pinning enemies. Oh, I don't have resonance. I'm an idiot. I need the resonance keystone to make this work. So I'm not getting the power charges. Okay. I guess I don't need efficient inscriptions. This is the setup I'm using. So I can grab some more crit bonus. But I need a weapon set 2 node. Whatever, I'll just take this out. Okay. Now I've got resonance. So anytime I pin enemies, Combat Frenzy will generate a frenzy charge. Because of resonance, that'll get converted to a power charge, which is going to give me 27% more crit chance. All right, let's try it out. So I'll actually have more crit chance in this setup. And then with the 27% gain is extra. The problem is everything just dies. I'm not pinning anything. They die from the curse. And the Palm of the Dreamer explosions. Okay, now I've got a power charge. So let's see what my crit chance is. 93%. Nice. And then Bone Cage, the DPS with this on it's definitely still less, but I lost the power charge by switching. Those explosions are very satisfying. Nothing's surviving long enough for me to pin. Yeah. Boss damage definitely a little worse. The amount of percent increased spell damage you get on a focus is, and the plus level of spell skills just produces a lot more DPS, but Palm of the Dreamer is still pretty fun. I'm going to rock it for a little while. I'll try it again in Temple too. I can probably get the pin action to work a little bit better in Temple. I got some of those little Hershey's nuggets. You ever seen those? Got like a big bag of them at Costco. My girlfriend bought them. I was like, don't buy those. Those are going to be a problem. They're a problem. A giant bag of chocolates. Yeah, they're just little chocolates. Some of them got nuts in them. Some of them got like toffee in them. Some are dark chocolate. Some are milk chocolate. I like them all. I'm not picky. Hey, I got a power charge. I wish I could say the same for myself. I'm not. I have a huge sweet tooth. I don't drink soda though, because that shit's bad for you. He says as he eats chocolate. I used to drink so much soda. It's crazy how cheap these Palm of the Dreamers are this season. I guess because you can get them in Temple or like you can chance them or something. But last season they were worth like a mirror. Now they're like 70 divines. It's wild. They're very broken. Oh yeah, Trial of Chaos. You don't really need a very strong build for that. But yeah, the charge regulation tech is good. I'm just running like regular like non-juiced maps right now to farm crystals, so I'm not really able to get the full effect, but it's actually more crit overall. Oh yeah, I believe it. What are good double corruptions on Palm of the Dreamer that people are paying big money for? I'm curious. Yeah, the boss damage is a lot weaker with Palm though. Not one-shotting things. Oh, level 20 impurity. I guess just for that extra spirit gem socket, the free spirit gem socket. Because it's like, what do you get for a higher level impurity? Just more chaos res? Like this one I bought is just level 19. Oh, they can get spirit corrupts. That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even put a I didn't even put a rune in the one that I'm using right now. For this build, having extra spirit is like doesn't really do that much for us because there aren't that many spirit gems that benefit this build. So, but I could see for some other builds out there, like my Oracle, I'm using a rare scepter because I needed one with like over 200 spirit to make everything work. For charge regulation, you want it as high as you can get. Um, I have the helm that makes it so skill gems have no attribute requirements. So even though this requires more dex than I have, I can wear it. Combat Frenzy, it also doesn't really matter that much because it just higher level Combat Frenzy just makes it so you can get charges a little bit more often, but it's like, it goes from 6.8 seconds at level 13 to like 6.1, I think, at like level 21. But since we're not consuming the power charges, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. Honestly, Palm of the Dreamer is killing everything so fast on this. I'm not even benefiting from the charges. I'm not even generating charges because I'm not pinning things. Oh, there we go. I got one. I got a power charge. I got to use my Bone Cage Spell Slinger a little more often. I am curious about this. These Palm of the Dreamers, though. You guys got me. You guys got me thinking. Part of me wants to try one on my Oracle. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out the expensive Palm of the Dreamers. So 2 sockets and Spirit Enchant. And then let's do there's none. Looks like it is percent increased spirit. And then it rolls up to 25. Crazy multi-mirror with corrupt enchant. What corrupt enchant makes it worth multi-mirror? Okay, here's an expensive Palm of the Dreamer for you. 3,000 divines for one that has 25% increased spirit. 135 spirit. Apparently there are none though that have 2 sockets. None. None for sale anyways. Yeah, crit. Hey. Sorry about that. I know how loud he is. Shh. Down. Good boy. He barks at ghosts or something. Who knows what the hell he's barking at? I gave up on Sekhemas. I was getting bored of it. So now I'm back to just crystal farming and looking up expensive gear for fun. Okay, so and various that has implicit above 12 with 80 rarity, and then any enchant. Blasphemy could be fun. You could use Blasphemy with if you were to grab on this build, if you were to grab Whispers of Doom, then you could run Blasphemy with, well, you know, pick a curse, but you could run it with like Despair or something to lower Chaos Res, and then, you know, obviously cast Vulnerability as your damaging skill. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So you get a, sorry, I know I'm jumping back and forth between topics, but you can get a rarity enchant. Yeah, 2 mirrors. That is a lot of rarity. What's my opinion on negative rarity running? It's probably the most profitable farm in the game. But you need a ritualist to hit the breakpoints, I think. And Feeble and Despair. Well, if you're playing this build and you're using vulnerability as your damaging skill, then you'd only be able to use, if you grab Whispers of Doom, the keystone, then you'd only be able to put one other curse in Blasphemy. Yeah, I mean, well, it depends, right? If you want to run high rarity, then yeah, you you could get pretty high rarity using these rings without running Ritualist. But Ritualist, like, just think about how high a rarity you can get on a rarity bot with 3 of those rings and the Ritualist Ascendancy node that boosts the effectiveness, and you run Ingenuity at the same time, you can get like 600% rarity or something. Yeah, Despair makes sense with Palm of the Dreamer, but also poison damage is chaos. So using Despair will make your poisons deal more damage. Where the hell are these crystals? Oh, I already got the crystals. How many more maps? 22. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, with Temple, like, you definitely don't need a ton of rarity for solo play. I'm kind of thinking of just like popping one of those and various rings on this build. I'm not going to spend 2 mirrors on one, but you can buy like 80% rarity ones for, uh, what was it, like 100 div or something? I might try that after this. Or maybe once my temple gets a little more juiced. Yeah, if you do it, let me know. And let me know how bad it feels when you're running the loss of resistances, because I think that's the thing that has me most worried about trying that ring, is that you lose like 20% all res, and I'm using my rings for resistances. So if I were to cut that, it'd be kind of painful. OG, I think you might be right about Palm of the Dreamer. It's OP as hell for clear. It's making farming for crystals just that much faster. Almost 500 spirit. Are you running Alpha's Howl? How are you getting so much? Because I have like just under 400 on my Oracle, but I'm running the Vertex Helm. It does feel really good. Oh, you've got a spirit ATD. Scepter, 46 on amulet. Yeah, I guess if you were to run Alpha's Howl on top of that, you could get a lot of spirit. Okay. Here, let me open my stream. If anybody wants to add me, you guys can add me. Nice. What skills are you playing on your Oracle? And are you spirit stacking just to stack like spirit gems, or are you uh, stacking beyond that? Really? Vodnarg number 2586. That's what it shows. Maybe I'll show it on stream. Vodnarg number 2586. As I double check, make sure you're typing it in right. Because other people from my stream have added me. $7 to $8K effective HP is a lot, though. And with that Blood Mage build, that was with Tech Rods that was giving you like a crazy amount of regen, right? Okay, let me try and add you. I think I just sent you a friend request. Let me know if you got it. Okay. Ah, I wanted to actually open it in YouTube. Let's see what Miso X is up to. I'll watch on stream. Wait, I thought you said this was Miso X build. That's pretty crazy. For Hammer of the Gods to just be dropping that fast. It looks insane. No dark mode. Oh, for YouTube? Yeah, whatever. I'm too lazy to customize stuff. This looks insane. Do they get into the build mechanics? How does this work? I'm gonna look at their ninja. Minion. Palm of the Dreamer. Okay, I have no idea what the hell this guy's doing. The build looks dope. So working off of Bone Shatter. He's doing something with minions, obviously. So Wolf Pack, because he's got this minion mace. It is wild. That's a crazy looking build. Thanks for sharing with me. Miso got his build from this guy. That makes sense. Because, yeah, Hammer of the Gods requires glory generation to use it, right? Isn't that the kind of the key? Like, normally the reason why you can't spam it is because you have to generate glory. So he's doing some shenanigans to get really fast glory generation. Oh, sorry, topics. You mentioned what your skills were, what skills you were playing. Self-cooked, arc, comet, elemental weakness, and spellslinger. Cast on crit and cast on ailment, plus mana remnants, plus siphon, archmage, and trinity, and conflict. Jesus Christ, dude. Sounds complicated. I didn't mean to fight this boss, but whatever. Where are the crystals? Give me Val crystals. There we go. Topics. Do you have a POB for your build? Nice. Yeah, it seems like running Despair would be nice on this. Elemental weakness tech and spellslinger. On my oracle, I just have oh, you've never done POB or ninja. If you do POB, then you can automatically create POE ninja links. But if you've never done it, I wouldn't recommend just trying to do it really quickly. POB is kind of a pain. It's like a whole program you have to install, and it's kind of complicated to use if you haven't used it before. What was I going to say? For this build, I'm using Vulnerability Curse. For Spellslinger, I have Bone Cage in it. Bone Cage is like my main DPS source, my main clear source on this build. So it's really nice to have Bone Cage in there because I can just like proc a bunch of Bone Cages on a boss or something and get a big burst of damage. And then I just self-cast Vulnerability. You have POB portable, but barely used it. Gotcha. Yeah, I like Bone Cage. I think it's a good skill. I think it's underrated. You know what's crazy is since I released that that build guide, when I bought this jewel, I bought it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I bought it for like 40 divines. And if you look up on the trade site right now, I think they're like 3,000 divines or something. I think I like single-handedly popularized Bone Cage. No, I think other people are playing it too, but elemental weakness with Doedre's can add meta energy to itself. So you're getting it to like proc off of itself by using Spellslinger. What's your self-cast ability then? Nice. I'm glad you're having a lot of fun. Oh, what is it right now? You mean the Bone Cage? Let's take a look. Yeah, how much is a +3 Bone Cage? Oh, they went down a little bit. 2,000 divs. Not that bad. Yeah, 2,100 divs. That's so crazy. Because when I made the video, I was like, oh yeah, like anybody can afford these. They're pretty cheap. They're only like 40 divs. Now they're 2,000. Self-cast Spark with Blind and Blindside and everything else. Interesting. So you self-cast Spark, and then Spellslinger, you use the Elemental Weakness, Doedre's Undoing tech, and then basically like all of that triggers Cast on Crit and Ailment and all of that. Sounds like a cool build. Yeah, I agree. The blindside tech is really good. I've and that's a really interesting concept for like Oracle and stuff because I've used it on when I was playing when I first made this character. I played it as a Twister character for a while, um, and I was using like all of these nodes, which are like really powerful crit nodes. 30% crit chance against blinded enemies and stuff, and then using blind and blindside on your other skills. Some nice synergy there. I think it would be hard to squeeze in on my current build, but cool concept. I think Oracle is just a really cool ascendancy. I think it would be fun to play this build on an Oracle because Oracle actually has Oracle has some cool synergy with Poison too, and then you could get more of the time loss jewels and like take advantage of those because of uh, how the Oracle ascendancy works. I think it would be fun to do like this build on an Oracle. Let me open up POB. So this is my Oracle build right now. As you can see, the Oracle, like, you know how the Oracle has those like hidden ascendancy or those hidden passive tree nodes? Look at these ones, like 80% increased effect of poison you inflict on targets that are not poisoned. Some big poison chance nodes, big poison magnitude nodes. I think there would be good synergy with this build. 50% crit chance. And then being able to do this funky shit where you have where you grab the keystones and then grab stuff in the range in combination with time loss jewels. Yeah. Yeah, for my Oracle character, which is what is on my POB on the screen right now, I have a bunch of these. So like this one is 20% crit damage. And then, you know, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9. Like I'm getting so much crit bonus from this. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, this, I think the fact that you can do this on Oracle, where you can grab the keystones and then grab any nodes within that range, I think that alone makes Oracle my favorite ascendancy right now. These were expensive. I put a lot of investment into my Oracle. I'm probably like at least 2 mirrors invested into this character. Let's see what else I've got. This one's double crit bonus, area of effect. I've got another one down here. I think this one's all crit chance. Yeah, crit chance, percent mana. And then the character has 4,600 mana with all like the mana on skills. As you can see, like Comet DPS, Fire Infused Comet DPS, it's like 5 million per Comet. For my Oracle, yes, has a fully built temple. Yeah, fully built, fully juiced. Not on this character, though. The character I'm on in-game right now is my Pathfinder. And I'm in the progress of working on building that temple. I can show you my progress. So this is my current temple on this character. But on my Oracle, it's fully built out. And I'm using the Edziri farm tech as well. I can show you what that looks like real quick. I'll show you what the temple looks like. He's moving a little slow right now because I share some gear with my Pathfinder. So this is the temple on my Oracle right now. As you can see, it's fully built out like the Fub Gun style temple, but I've got room for the Royal Access Chamber here, so I can also farm at Ziri. Nice. Yeah, it's cool to be able to farm at Ziri. I was doing it just as like farming it for loot for a long time, and then I discovered from this like Korean YouTuber guy that you can do this. You can modify the temple and put this Royal Access Chamber in. Apparently, I had not closed the temple. It is goated. I'm honestly, the only reason I'm building a new temple is just because I'm kind of bored of playing this character. I'm kind of bored of playing my Oracle, even though he's OP as hell. That's funny. Did you see my video on it? Because I made a YouTube video on the temple. On like how to do that at Ziri Tech. Because there wasn't one in English. So I decided to make a video on it. Nice. I know, that video made me popular on YouTube. Gotcha. Seemed like it helped a lot of people. You're farming adorns? Man, you're wild. I feel like I would have to be smoking weed to farm adorned. I think that's the only way I could bear how boring it is. Bricking? What are you talking about bricking? Like breaking the temple? You do 5 runs a day. How many runs have you done so far, and have you found any adorns yet? Oh, you made a loop. Oh, that's devastating, man. Sorry to hear that. There were points in this league where I was telling myself like, oh, if I ever accidentally do that, I'm just gonna like quit this game. Like, nice. How long did it take you to rebuild? Yeah, 11th or 12th is not. That's not standard. Those are not typical results. Getting an adorned that frequently. I back in 0.1, adorns were pretty popular back then too, and I remember at that point, when I discovered like how profitable adorns were at the time back in 0.1, unidentified adorns were selling for like 115 divines or something like that. And to that point in the game, I had only ever seen like 15 divines or something. And I decided to farm them. And I managed to get an adorned on like my 7th run or something. It was nuts. It was like instantly rich, or at least rich for my new bass back then. But yeah, definitely not standard, not typical results. I've heard of people saying that they ran Trial Master over 100 times and never dropped an adorned. So, just keep that in mind. And then Last Flame for Sekhemas, I've heard it can be anywhere from like 1 in 200 to 1 in 1,000 drop for Last Flame. I've probably run Sekhemas at least 500 times since the launch of early access, and I've never seen a Last Flame. They're rare as hell. I think your strategy of just doing like a couple here, a couple there is probably the way to do it without like losing your mind. I think last week I told myself like, oh, I'm gonna go farm adorns because it seems fairly achievable, but I I ran it twice and I was like, I can't do this, bro. It's too boring. Seven days at about 4 hours a day. 7 days at about 4 hours a day. Keep in mind. Oh, 7 days at 4 hours a day to build the temple. That's not that bad. And that's with the knowledge, yeah. For the temple I'm building right now, I've probably been putting in like 3 hours a day. And I think I'm on like day 6 of building it, but I've had some really bad luck. I went like 40 runs in a row without getting a thaumaturge when that was the next room that I needed. It was really annoying. A lot of building the temple is RNG too. You want that mirror for the display case? You can farm Sekhemas. I got one yesterday. Damn, dude, I've spent like 5,000 divines today. Stupid shit. Yeah, you know that I saw the you can have negative RNG. It's that is real. But yeah, you can bait the temple. I saw the video. There's a dude, I think his channel is like Truth of Exile or something. He made a video on like how, or a couple of videos on like how to make the temple give you the rooms you want. And I swear I was like following his steps and I still was not getting that fucking thaumaturge. I was getting so annoyed. It worked well for getting Spy Masters though. I completed my Spy Master chain pretty fast. Yeah, I agree, man. Running I also respect the adorned grind, but I'd rather make money slower and actually enjoy the time I spend playing the game. Like, I enjoy running the temple. I enjoy, to some extent, I actually enjoy Sekhemas. I feel like they're kind of fun. But I also don't want to do that all day either. Running hard maps is fun too. I like running like overrun abyss maps and stuff too. Yeah, it does work. Yeah, to the point where on this temple, you know, like I feel like the end of that first chain, that's the you build the like thaumaturge corruption chamber alternating chain. That one's a little bit challenging, but for the most part I'm done with the hard part of building my temple on this character. I have one more golem smithy to do. I'm in a good spot. All right, 11 more maps to run, then I can go back into the temple. Yay, we love to see it. Yeah, that top left golem smithy corner is a pain in the ass. I had a rough time doing it too. I just got through it Today, actually. I just got through that. And I did the Roman road tech to finish off that corner part. Or like the part right after that corner. I used Roman road. 98% rarity. Nicely done. 350 div is not bad. Let me know how the rarity feels. You didn't do Roman road? Yeah, it's not necessary. I kind of like it though. I feel like people get kind of scared of the Roman road tech, but it's actually fairly easy to execute. I'm getting lucky with these crystal finds. Oh, yeah. It's nice when the RNG is on your side, isn't it? And you get the rooms you need. I think for the temple right now, I'm just like waiting on an armory or something. Armory and smithy. An elemental scepter with aura magnitude to get res back up. You can get 1 res that way, right? Yeah, right now I'm just crystal farming. I've been going back and forth. I was running Sekhemas earlier. I got really lucky with a Sekhema drop last night, so it's kind of got me hyped on Sekhemas. But yeah, I'm back to building my temple. I just have to run these maps and then I'll be back at full crystals. So I'm getting close. And why I chose to run this map, I'm not sure. This is like the worst crystal farming map. There we go. Oh, you had 0 before using that ring? Gotcha. So yeah, any rarity will feel better than that. That's for sure. I would like to get some more rarity on this character. I think if I sacrifice the cast speed on a ring like this one, I could get double rarity. Might be worth it. Sucks that this one is sanctified, so I can't re-roll the implicit rarity, but if I could, I'd be over 100. Good luck. Hopefully you survive. Running maps with 10 extra mods. Are you using tablets that have like additional modifiers on them? Those maps are super juicy. Yeah, lucky with the crystal finds. Makes sense. Probably adds a lot of implicit rarity to the map. But yeah, if you do that, if you run 10 modded maps with rarity on your gear too, it's going to make a huge difference because those are multiplicative. Those are expensive tablets, aren't they? Yeah, so you can run overrun. The crystals on this map spawn over here a lot. I bet it's over here. Nope. Do you try to farm Omens of Light when you're doing that strategy? Since you're doing overrun with the abyssal maps? I don't think rarity affects Trial Master drops. Pretty sure it doesn't. You could try, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect his drop pool. If you're doing boss farming, usually rarity doesn't affect, doesn't increase chances for drops. It might increase like his chance of dropping divines and stuff, but not like his good loot. This is annoying. You're sitting on 200 Omens of Light? Bro, you're rich. Four more maps. I'm getting close. Pretty soon it's going to be temple time. thought the charge generation wasn't going to be very good because Palm of the Dreamer kills things so fast, but I mean, like right now I've got 3 charges, or I had 3 charges. I feel like this Combat Frenzy charge regulation tech is working pretty well. I died. I blinked into that group and got knocked down. That was stupid. What a noob. You were rich. Yeah. They're only 10 now? Holy shit. You were not kidding. They super crashed. At one point they were like 40 something. Yeah, I'm just kind of testing the scepter right now. Well, welcome to the stream first. I have made a couple of changes, but I'm kind of just testing a setup with the scepter. This setup is lower damage with the scepter on. You can see if I put the focus back on, my Bone Storm DPS jumps up by almost 1 million. But the scepter setup is just nice for clear. It's kind of fun. And I'm able to get even higher crit chance on this setup because what I did was, with the extra spirit, I grabbed the Resonance Keystone, and then I put on Combat Frenzy since Bone Cage pins enemies. We generate Frenzy charges, which from Resonance get converted to power charges, and then with Charge Infusion, it gives us 27% more critical hit chance. So that's kind of what I'm testing right now. And then Palm of the Dreamer gives us the Gloom Shrine, which gives us more effective clear. So it's just kind of a fun variant of the original version of the build, something I'm testing, but I still think the focus version is better. Especially for bossing. For bossing, the scepter or the focus version is definitely better because it's higher damage overall. And for bosses, using the Bone Storm Prism of Belief is definitely what you'd want to do. Does that answer your question? Sorry, there's a couple chats going on. It's fine, I'll just craft some wands and gamble other people. Oh, other people's failed crafts. That's honestly a good way to make money. Gambling on other people's failed crafts. Crafting is the best way to make money in this game. I know, honestly, the fact that Omens of Light are so cheap right now makes me kind of want to go back to working on crafting I'm working on crafting a better focus. So an upgrade over the one I had been using on my build. Because it's got, you know, only like T3 crit chance, T4 spell fizz. So I've got this one I'm working on. But I need to replace the prefixes. I've thrown like 3,000 divine at this today. Yeah, I feel like crafting for your own builds is what is the most fun. Um, but early league, like first couple weeks of a new league, uh, I do a lot of profit crafting. I do a lot of profit crafting and like currency exchange flipping. I do very little farming early league to make currency. I usually only farm for like gold, so that way I can fuel my crafts. I'm too poor to work on this right now. I don't want to sell my mirror. Okay. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I'm going to buy a couple Omens of Sinistral Erasure. Let's buy 5 of these. These are 98 divines right now. That's absolutely insane. Perfect chaos. I'm looking for T1% increased spell damage. Nope. Nope. Come on. One more. And that, my friends, is how you waste 500 divines in like 15 seconds. Yeah. Learning early league crafts is, yeah, it's a really crucial for getting ahead of the game. That and currency exchange, like flipping stuff, you know, buy low, sell high on the currency exchange and doing stuff in bulk. You can make a lot of currency that way. I honestly probably make more on the currency exchange than I do from crafts, but early league, you know, people don't have exalts and stuff, so like, you know, you can buy like people want like rare belts early in the league with resistances on them. You can just buy belts on the market that have like open suffixes and just slam them with exalts. If you get lucky and hit resistances, you can make currency that way. Little things like that. Do the same thing with body armors. Recombining stuff using the recombinator. That thing is your best friend early in the league. We can do community runs. I'm a little nervous for my computer, but we can definitely try it. This build is less screen cancery. I'm pretty close to getting the build. I think I'm not gonna play tomorrow. My girlfriend's off for the next 3 days, so I'm probably not gonna be playing much. But Saturday I will be on, and I should have the temple done by this weekend. I think I should have it done by this weekend at the rate I'm going. But yeah, I definitely would be down to do some community runs. The more people we get in the temple, the more currency drops, the more likely we are to drop mirrors and the big boy currency. Yeah, I'd be down to run in your temple. I also have my oracle. We can run on my oracle too. If you guys want to do one tonight, we can on my oracle, because I think I have like 24 crystal energy. on that character. I just have to swap everything, swap some gear over. Let me double check where I'm at here. I'm just like bored of that character. So I'm at 50 energy right now. No armory. Okay, I have to run 5 more maps. Okay, let me run the rest of these maps for this character, and then if you guys want to do a community run, we can. Yeah, that's how Trials of Chaos goes. Yeah, the rarity bot actually makes a pretty big difference. I did some community runs yesterday, I think. And there was one temple run where we had a rarity bot and a full party of 6 people. And we dropped 389 raw divines total. I mean, we split those profits, but it's crazy to just see that much loot. It was just like so laggy. My frame rate was dropping to like 8 or 9 frames per second. That's the thing. It's like there's so much loot. Just make sure if you guys haven't done community runs before, make sure you get an extremely strict loot filter. If your loot filter shows like chaos orbs and stuff and like shows gear drops, like it's gonna kill your computer. Because there's literally like if you press Alt and you show all of the loot that's dropping on screen, there will literally be like over 1,000 items on the screen at once. It's actually insane. Like if I press it right now, like, hey, look, there's like 4 items, you know. But in Temple, it's like over 1,000. Yeah, not only have a loot filter, but have like a customized, extremely strong loot filter. Snoobay's loot filter. Does he share that somewhere? I don't understand. Is it Filter Blade? Because I don't understand how to share loot filters on Filter Blade. I just kind of custom made mine, but I still need to make some tweaks to mine. I made some tweaks to it earlier today, and I thought it was where I wanted, but then like there are some weird things getting through my loot filter. Like all of a sudden Widow Hail is showing up in my loot filter, and it's like it shows up as like a full tink, like a divine or something would drop. See, there's one right there. Widow Hail. Like why is this a tink? I don't want that. All right, I appreciate it. Yeah, he's I remember watching his stream before, and people were asking him like, why don't you run with like leeches and stuff, and he's just like, I like playing solo. I don't want to be social. And honestly, I get it, you know? It's like Alright, I'm gonna, after this, I think I have this map and one more. I'm gonna swap to that other loot filter. And then I'll switch to my Oracle and we can do some temple runs. Oh wait, I got 2 more to go. Is it 2 more? Let me just double check. Yeah, 2 more maps. I mean, I can try to check it out, but isn't Snoobay's build a twister build? Like, I feel like it's going to be hard to see what your build's doing on his stream, given that he runs twister and that like covers the entire screen. That's true. I could do that. If I... Right now I have a chiming staff in my offhand, so if I were to take this out, throw the scepter there, and then do like Bone Storm on weapon set 2. Then yeah, that's not right. The DPS should be higher. Oh, never mind. It's because I have all these nodes in here. Yeah, I'll come back to that idea. It's a good idea though. That way I can play Palm of the Dreamer more frequently. I think I will take you up on that idea. Because I am enjoying playing Palm of the Dreamer. Where are these crystals at? Okay, I'm just gonna kill the boss. Oh, gotcha. I hate fighting map bosses that have phases. Oh my god, I walked right by the crystals. Okay. I'm gonna do a couple things. Let me check out the Snoo community run. If you tried to link me his video, I don't know why it's like this, but hey, what's up, bro? If you tried to link me his video in the YouTube chat, for some reason it oh, it's the latest video on his channel. Okay, let me check. Yeah, YouTube, for some reason, it doesn't let people just like post stuff or post links, is what I'm trying to say. Was it a live or his most recent video? The chasing a mirror? Oh, highlight carrying 5 leechers. Yeah. This is why I stopped playing Twister. Okay, what'd you say? 14, 15? Let me check out your CoC. You're the one that survived and saved everybody. It's hard to see exactly what your build is doing. I just see some comets falling. Okay. I am going to do something with my build real quick. So, when running Palm of the Dreamer, the biggest downside is the bossing ability, right, with Bone Storm. So what we're going to do instead is put Bone Storm on weapon set 2, throw the focus on weapon set 2. Oh, I need cold res, huh? His build is eye cancer. Twister's pretty fun, but it also, oh, you cannot put in cold res into a scepter. That sucks. Okay, I can replace the all res rune, I think. I can live with 74 and 73 for fire and cold res, right? That's fine. Okay, in order to make this work, I'm going to do a couple things real quick. So I'm going to take all these points out because now I'm not using Sigil of Power. So we don't care about skill effect duration. We want these nodes on both. And then what I'm going to do is Oh, resonance. Bear with me, guys, while I make some build tweaks. Efficient inscriptions, since I have less spirit on weapon set 2. And then oh, what am I doing here? So these weapon set 1. And then weapon set 2. And grab these nodes. An extra spell or some more crit bonus. And then weapon set 1, I'll just throw in an extra crit bonus node there. Oh wait, these are weapon set 1. Shit. Weapon set 2, I don't need this, so let's take these out. Take these out. I go back to this setup. And then weapon set 1. And weapon set 2. Okay, weapon set 1. We grab a couple others. Okay, I think this is the tweak for running Palm of the Dreamer as a map clear setup and Bone Storm for bossing at the same time. Bone Storm sitting at 2.3 mil. And then for weapon set 2, I don't need charge infusion, and I always still want cast on crit. Okay. I think this is the setup. And then I can change this rune in my focus to be an iron rune. You're trying to keep up with the changes that I'm making. Yeah, the reason I'm doing this, grabbing these additional projectile nodes, is to help this channel faster. It helps Bone Storm channel to max projectiles a little bit faster. You still launch 20, but you can get to max a little bit quicker. The DPS is good. If I throw on the Bone Storm one, let me leave area and come back real quick. Bone Storm DPS sitting at 3.4 mil. That's pretty nice. This is going to be overall lower, like I wouldn't run this setup if I was gonna farm Uber Arbiter, because running the chiming staff will still net more damage. But this is a nice setup for going back and forth between doing like mapping with Palm of the Dreamer and just like easily killing map bosses with Bone Storm. Okay, I'm gonna run one more map and then I'll swap over to my Oracle and we can do Temple if anybody's interested. The Throat Seeker spot on the tree again. Throat Seeker, is that this one? I got, this one node right here is weapon set 1. It was just because I had one extra weapon set 1 node, so I threw that there. But these were both on both weapon sets. 3 of them on both, and then 1 on just weapon set 1. Exactly. That's, yeah, what you just said. Tara, is that? Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but yeah, that's exactly what I did. So, weapon set 1 is now the Bone Storms, or the vulnerability Bone Cage setup. So weapon set 1, I have Mana Remnants, Charge Infusion, Combat Frenzy, to get the benefit from having like power charges, extra crit and stuff. And then weapon set 2, I have Combat Frenzy and Charge Infusion turned off. And this is the Bone Storm setup. So this is the weapon set 1 mapping setup. And then this is the weapon set 2 bossing setup. It's not going to be as powerful for bossing as what I did in the video, the build guide, just because it's not going to have Sigil of Power or the Soul Offering, but this is more of like an all-rounder, everyday build. You can definitely still pinnacle boss in this setup too, but this way we get to play with Palm of the Dreamer. This gameplay right now is like, I don't even have my +3 to Bone Cage skills Prism of Belief on, and it's still this good. But yeah, I'd probably play with this one on more often. Very good DPS. I can drop the updated POB real quick. It should update really quickly. So let's do like a we'll import. Okay, I'm not messing with any of the configuration stuff, but this is the new setup. So I'll drop it in the chat. Alright, that's the new setup. No problem. Alright, did you guys want to run temple? Just have to warn you guys, if you want to play with if you want to run my temple and I'm running it on Oracle, it's going to be eye cancer. Unless Topics wants to run his temple. Or was it Topics or that DPS guy? Oh wait, hold up. Let me do my loot filter first. Let me put on Snoobay's filter. Snoo Divine one. What do I do? Just click follow? All right. I've never gotten a filter this way, so I just clicked follow, right? Does that put it in game for me? Let me see if it's in game. Oh, yeah, there it is. That was easy. Okay. Well, if we're gonna run my temple, then I will switch over to my Oracle. But the two characters share several pieces of gear, so let me move some stuff over real quick. And oh yeah, the rite of passage. Yeah, I got it equipped. The Snoobay filter. This. Just be ready for like major eye cancer on this build. And then, did anybody else want to join? Topics is saying he's out. Gonna save his computer. Smart man. If we just run it as the two of us, it'll probably not be too bad. Oh man, I am low on locks. Dude, I only have one. I'm gonna have to hope we get lucky and get at least one lock drop or I'm could seriously lose my whole temple. Alright. Going once, going twice. Looks like we're doing a 2-man run. In we go. For a 2-man run, just okay. I'll pick up all the currency and then we can split it at the end. What the hell? Hang on one second. I think my cat just knocked something over. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, I'm back. I heard something, but I didn't see anything, so. All right. Yeah, we can go ahead and go. Yeah, my build is very screen cancer. It's seriously like there'll be 30, 40 comments dropping at once. So we're gonna run the left chain first. Just go ahead and pick up divines because it's like it grays out some of them for me. What is this? Oh, I have no... Alright, I'm not going to stop to look at gear. Just a couple comments. Are you running the serpent rite of passage? OG? You're right. I could turn off charge and turn off mana remnants. I don't think I'd want to turn off mana remnants though, just for the defenses. Because it's already, like, the skill is already going to be sitting at, like, 80% crit chance. So getting, you know, while it would be nice to have 100% crit chance, I don't think that's going to make that big of a difference in terms of the DPS. And to not have a way to get back the mana would be kind of painful. Snoobay's filter is showing a lot more stuff than mine was. I honestly think I want it to be more strict. I'm seeing some occasional like gold ring tier 5. I don't want to see that. Follow the axe. Oh. Yes, a lock medallion. Whew. Oh, one of my viewers that I ran with the other night that was a rarity bot just asked for an invite. Can you join a temple run that's already in progress? I'll invite you. Did you get my invite? Thought I sent one. Yeah, I sent you an invite. Here, let me resend it. I just sent it again. I'm wondering if it's because the run is already in progress, maybe? Hang on, I'm gonna type to this guy. Okay. Can you port to us, or... Oh. After we finish this room, let's wait for him to catch up. It'll boost our loot a lot to have the rarity bot. Hopefully we didn't leave too many stragglers. How's the build feel so far in this juicy temple? If I remember right, I want to say he's sitting somewhere around like 500 or maybe a little under 500. Yeah. As much as I love the the Bone Cage build. It is unfortunately not quite as strong as Comet. Comet's just OP. It's definitely the strongest build right now. Or like the strongest build archetype. Cast on Great Comet. This is also like a 2+ mirror investment character. All right, whole party's here. Oh yeah, instantly more divines than we were dropping before. Oh, should probably kill this before I try to revive you. No, OG. Yeah, there's a lot of poison in these rooms. And freaking invisible mobs. It's really annoying. I have no health. There we go. I couldn't trigger comets because I didn't have enough health. It was crazy how much more difficult the content becomes with more people. I think Arc can rival Comet for clear. And I've seen some builds that can like delete Uber Arbiter using Arc. So yeah, Arc definitely has potential for doing a lot of damage as well. I still think Comet's a little bit better though. You're good, man. That's a lot of tinks. Oh. I'm picking up a bunch of crap that I don't want. Oh my. Why did I pause the game? I can't see. I can't see anything. There we go. I'm back. I think I was killing stuff. I couldn't tell though. I think we've got one or two more corruption chambers in this first snake chain. Then we'll have to teleport back to the beginning and go into the second chain. Okay. So now we port back to the entrance. What the hell? Thanks for reviving him. make a quick pit stop to fight the, oh wait, we already passed our Architect's room. We'll come back and fight Architect. So that way I can do it Zeri on the next run. Okay, so that's basically the whole temple. We'll backtrack a little bit, go fight the Architect, and then yeah, that's the temple. Thanks for joining, guys. OG, it seems like your DPS is doing well in the temple. It's just you're not as tanky. Nice. You figured out how to get into PoE Ninja. It's not too complicated. Where's the console? So I'll go ahead and place the access chamber. And we can pour it out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I grabbed a lot more than 30 div. So I grabbed 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Wait, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 82 div. Oops. You can just drop them on the ground. 38? That's like not very much. So ten, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20. It's not as many as I would have expected. It's like 150 divs. So we can each take like 50. I don't really care about the other loot. You guys can keep that stuff. But let's take like 50 divs each. 10, 20, 30, 40. Honestly, the temple should have produced more than that. That's kind of disappointing. Then I got all these other gear pieces that I don't. The tribal mask, I'll gamble that later. Only 3 versus 6, yeah. Makes a big difference. We got another person that wants to join, so we can do a 4-person. Tara, yeah, you can join. Just add me in game. That's my in-game name in the top left corner. So if you want to join, just add me or whisper me, and I'll add you. Okay. Okay, we got 2 more then, so that would make 5. Let's see. Okay, that's a party of 5. Whose divs are these? I got my cut. It's all good. We'll do. Oh, you only had time for 1 run. Okay, no worries. Thanks for joining. I don't know whose divs these are. I think this is rarity bots. Those are your divs, bro. Oh. Alright, you can go ahead and take them, OG, then. I really don't care. Either of you guys can grab them. It's possible I miscounted. I'm chilling. Technically, I made more than you guys because I got the Val Cultivation Orb, which I think is like 6 Divine also. Alright, so rarity bot, you're bailing? Yeah. Okay. So no rarity bot this run, unfortunately. Yes, you will need a filter. It's cool. We're gonna run at Zeri this run too. So if we get a sacrificial regalia, we can split the profits on that too. They sell for 540 unidentified, I think. That's what I sold my last one for. Everybody's been hyped on this Snoobe filter. The Snoobe rarity filter. Divine level temple filter. OG sent it to me in chat. I can post it to my chat. If you're in my live stream, there's the filter. Just go to the very bottom one and click follow, and then open it in game. Yeah, if you try running this temple without a good loot filter, it's gonna overwhelm your screen. When I first made this Oracle character, I leeched off of somebody else's temple, and I didn't have a great loot filter on, and I like couldn't see. All right, you're good to go? Everybody good to go? Oh shit, I almost forgot to lock my second chain. Okay. There's a chance we don't get the... Okay, we got a generator. We're good. I am not doing good on lock luck. I'm like on the verge of losing this temple because I'm not getting enough locks. Okay. We're going in. Yeah, I think with me being the party leader, everybody's going to be on my server, which is North America. As you guys come in, make sure to grab this first checkpoint. All right, and we're going to the left first. And then revive people if you see them die. Kind of feels like more divines are dropping this run than it was with the rarity bot. Could just be that it's more people, I guess. There's something still alive in here. This guy hiding in the corner. Hey, that's a lock. Hey, another lock. 2 rooms in a row, that's pretty nice. Means my temple lives to see another day. Oh, OG's down. Pimp down. I'm really curious to see how my Pathfinder is going to perform when I get her temple to this level. I'll have to try running some groups for that. Yeah. The gear definitely makes a difference. You're also not level 100 yet, right? Yeah. Yeah, you definitely got some room to grow. I'm just curious because, you know, my Comet build is definitely pretty top notch. I just want to see like how well does the Pathfinder compare when it's fully min-maxed. I see your friend request, bro. I'll accept that after we finish this temple. Okay. We finished the first snake chain. So everybody teleport back to the beginning. Back to the I think we're waiting on one more. There we go. Now we can go in this way. I think what happened last run, why we weren't getting as much loot, was because when we opened the temple, there were only 2 people in the party, and then a third person got added, and I think the quantity was only that of if we had 2 players in. But then we split that loot 3 ways. I think that's why we're getting so many more divs this time, even though there's no rarity bot. Yeah. Generator room card. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab this medallion. I do, yeah, it does matter. Like, people staying close by. But in the last run, people were. Like, all 3 of us were kind of staying in the same room. Okay, so that's basically the whole temple, but we'll do at Ziri also, so just follow me back a couple rooms. We'll go into the Royal Access Chamber. And I'm just realizing, man, I do this every time. I did grab the checkpoint this time. So hopefully everybody got the checkpoint in Adziri's chamber. But we don't all have to be present for the Adziri kill. So. But if we get the chest to drop, we'll split the loot for that 3 ways. Nope, I didn't grab the checkpoint. So the closest one I got is to like the top left of the temple. You guys are welcome to follow if you want, or I can just go kill it Ziri, either way. Couple mobs that got left behind. Okay, it's Ziri time. Oh. Bone Storm does go nuts. I love it so much. I feel like it's like my favorite skill now. Alright, let's see. Fingers crossed, hopefully we get something. Man, we didn't get shit. Whoever wants the Adziri's Impatience can have it. I think they're worth like 1 div. Ooh, a Divine Orb. All right, we can go out to the like staging area and divvy up the loot. So I picked up 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 20. I picked up 129 div. Whoops. I thought I was dropping my divs on the ground. I was putting them in my stash. Dumbass. If everybody drops them on the ground, then we can like count them up and see how much each of us should get. There's 4 of us. Okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 80. Counting up somewhere around there. Does that sound right? So we can split that 4 ways. It's like 50. It's like 57 divs each. So let's do everybody grab 50 and then let's see what's left. Okay, I grabbed 50 also. Okay, everybody got 50? This is what's left over. So we got 12, 22, 28, 35. I don't know how we split that. 5 ways. You get, or 4 ways. What's that? You guys can take them. So, because I got the cultivation orb. So you guys can split that 3 ways. Okay. Yeah, I feel like 50 is enough for me too. So if the 2 of you guys want to split the last, that's fine with me. Okay. Here, I'll grab the 3 stack. Cool. I'm glad you had fun. It was fun. Yeah, the group temple runs are fun. I was really hoping to see something bigger drop, like a mirror or Hinakora's Lock or something, but still got some good loot. As much fun as it was, though, I'm probably good on doing more community runs for tonight, just because it's the frame rate drop is like, that's a lot for my brain to handle. So I'll probably just do like maybe 1 or 2 of those a night. Yeah, you can take the divs. Go for it, man. You can have the Wrathbiths. Alright, it was good playing with you guys. It's 1:15 here. I'll probably keep playing. I'm going to play on the other character, though. Go work on building the temple on that character. I'll still be streaming, so if you guys want to tune into the stream, I'll be here. If not, have a good rest of your night. Peace. Sounds good. East Coast, yeah. You're working? All right. Oh, that makes sense. I'm a mechanical engineer. I work normal hours. I didn't go to any kind of fancy school. I'm on the West Coast. I live in California, so I live in Sacramento, the capital of California, and I went to Sac State. On Wrathpith, you want ideally for corruption for the increased crit chance per max life. You want that to roll up to 4, and the damage per 100 life to roll up to 7. If you get corruption for where it rolls up to 4 and 7 for those stats, it's worth a lot. And or a like a spell damage enchant is also good. Okay, I'm going to try running this temple. This is going to be the real test for the Palm of the Dreamer setup for this build. How does this handle the temple compared to just the focus setup? You can cultivate there. I want to say there's one cultivate. Yeah, you can get rid of the like increased cost, right? You can cultivate that mod away, and then there's something you can replace it with that I'm blanking on, but you can cultivate it with something that's like really good. Yeah, this feels okay. Feels okay mapping. Or temple running. It's hanging. It's not as fast as the focus version though. I think it's just that when I'm using the focus, you know, Palm of the Dreamer leads to explosions that deal damage equal to a quarter of the mob's health. But I think that the Bone Cage setup with the focus is just doing more than a quarter of their health. Like enough to one-shot them, so it's... I don't know. Just feels a little bit different. What's my tooltip right now? 539 on Bone Cage, whereas with the focus setup, this probably would be closer to 1,000,000. Yeah, it's just the raw damage output's a lot better with the focus. I think after this run, I'll go back to that. I don't think I need anything else actually. I'm probably just gonna jump out now. I've got 6 medallions, so no reason to keep going. And we got what we needed. Last smithy. And now we need a Golem Works. So just pop the Golem Works right in the middle of these two. Yeah, I like the regular focus. I haven't tried Wrathpith, so I can't say for sure which I like better, but I mean, I'm not stacking a ton of health on this build, and I know you can get the cultivated mods on Wrathpith so that the damage and crit stacking happens with mana. But I'm not stacking that much mana on this build because I'm not stacking int. I'm stacking damage through the passive nodes, the attribute passives. So it seems to have better synergy with rare focus, mostly because we can get plus level of skills. Oh, increased magnitude of ailments per life is pretty good though. That's a pretty nice outcome. Yeah, exactly, with the Pathfinder damage juicing, exactly. Because, like, you know, if I wanted to go the mana stacking route, I could change all of these to int, but I'm getting something like 150% increased damage from all of these attribute passives being spec'd into damage. Oh, that's a bummer. I think that's because, well, it is magnitude of ailment, so that would affect shock and stuff, but yeah, I guess that's not the meta setup for a Wrathpith. It looks nice though. I think if you had managed to get the corrupt to overroll, like the crit chance or the damage, then it would have been worth more. All right, I'm gonna go back to the focus setup. So I'm gonna put this back on. This in weapon set 1. You can get crit as the second cultivated mod. That's pretty cool. Okay. Let's set that aside for now. And then there were some tree changes. Yeah, that seems like you could do something fun with the ailment stacking on that Wrathpith. That might actually have pretty good synergy with this build. I might end up trying that at some point. Okay. Okay. Let's do weapon set 2. Let's actually do cost efficiency. That makes more sense. Oops. Yeah, if you end up doing that ailment stacking one, I'd be interested to check that out. Okay, I think this is the way I had my tree set up before. Let's check the damage numbers. That looks right. All right. I think I'm retiring the Palm of the Dreamer. I'll save it on the off chance I go back to my Twister build. I still have some of the gear. All right. Back to the temple. Probably got like another 30, 45 minutes left in me. Getting pretty tired. Oh. Alright, there's my lock. And close the temple and hope we get a golem works, which we do. Lock this room and this room. These three will get deleted. And that's it for the golem smithy chain. Sweet. Damn, that is a lot of resistance on that ring. All res, implicit, fire cold chaos, or fire cold lightning. The cold damage and lightning damage prefixes though are kind of like, eh. It's a nice ring though. Did you craft that? Or did you, did you buy it? Just slammed it? Damn. That's some good luck. Nice. It's been a while since I've like looked at or picked up rares. I'm surprised Snoobay's filter includes them, to be honest. Part of me wants to try running negative rarity. If I understand correctly, I think the way that you can run negative rarity in the temple by having like, you have a temple that has a lot of rarity, but then if you have negative rarity on your gear because it's multiplicative, it like turns all of that positive rarity into negative rarity. And you get a lot of, you get like really low rarity drops, but a lot more exceptional bases. And those sell for a fortune. Yeah, sub to my channel. I really don't care. I'm not in this for the subs and followers. I'm just having a good time. Yeah. So you really need you need to be running Ritualist. I don't know if I want to make another character. Oh yeah, hit the bell, notification bell, sub, comment on the video, share with your friends. Shout it from the rooftops. I really don't care, but I do appreciate it if you guys sub and all of that. I just like playing the game and sharing with people, talking with everybody. It's been fun. Because it's 100 base rarity on character. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, how has the Anvarius ring test been going so far? Boom. I need an armory. Yeah, for sure. It just seems so hard to solve resistances if you're using that. I mean, minus 40% to all res. then to make, I mean, you have to get base negative res is what, minus 60? So you'd have to get like 175% resistances on your other gear. It's just it's a tall order. Do you feel more squishy? That was a short temple run. Okay, can we get an armory? Come on, armory. Fuck. This game hates me. All right, man. It was good talking to you, good playing with you. Hopefully I'll see you again in future streams, and we'll do some more temple runs and all of that. Have a good night. Use case for Grand Spectrum. I'm having a brain fart. Grand Spectrum. Those are the jewels from Sekhemas, right? Oh, there's a resistance one. The sapphire, right? Is gives all res. Yeah. I know. I feel like people don't use those very often, but I guess that does give you a use for it. But then what are you giving up by using that instead of a different jewel? That's true. You can always swap out Headhunter. Corrupt up to 7% all res, and then you can have 3 of them, so that's 21% all res. It's not bad. That plus a rare belt. And then just like other rare gear. Are you using other uniques on your build? Like, do you have, you can get obviously res on gloves, boots, amulet. True, you wouldn't be able to run Ingenuity. Yeah, 2 and various rings and Ingenuity. I mean, that's easily going to get you to like, what, like 250, 260 rarity? Something like that. but then it's going to be difficult to get all the reses you need on everything else. Did you just like sync your PoE account with PoE Ninja? Because that takes a while to update. I don't think I'll be able to look you up if you just added it today. I think it only updates like it only syncs like once a week or something. But through POB, you can generate like an updated PoE Ninja link. I'm not exactly sure how all that works, but yeah. So the not having move penalty with Bone Storm is a bug. I can demonstrate after. Actually, yeah. After I get out of this temple run, I'll demonstrate. But there's a little bug, a little like kind of exploit you can do that makes it so the you can cast it and channel it without a move speed penalty. It should. I don't think you can link it in my chat though. I don't think YouTube will let you. Did you add me on Discord? If you add me on Discord, you can send me a link there. Okay, I'm just gonna exit here, I think. I should be okay on medallions. I only have 3 locks. Maybe I'll keep going. There's a chance to drop lock medallions in the smithy rooms. Not having an excess of lock medallions in the temple makes me nervous. Especially during the building phase. Maybe? I can show it on stream. No, it shows maybe just Vodnarg. Or I can try adding you if you want. That guy earlier said he had the same issue where he couldn't add me with it, which is weird because somebody was able to add me yesterday. Are you Petrel? Okay. It's not showing that you're using the and various ring. Your PoE Ninja link shows you have Grip of Coolamac and a Breach ring. Oh, I just disconnected from the game. My stream's still connected, I think. I'm just gonna... Oh, you haven't popped in the end various, gotcha. My bad. I'll look at it off stream. I'll look at it on my second monitor. Oh, you got a Spirit of the Stag rite of passage. I'm jealous. It's a nice ring. When you got it to like, you got a version that had underrolled resistances. That's nice. Or like less of a negative. Oh, gotcha. My bad. If it makes you feel any better, Vodnarg is my last name spelled backwards. Very original. Probably not the brightest thing I've ever done, but I really don't care. People want to stalk me, I don't really care. Oh, good. I'm always worried when I say people's names that I'm going to butcher them. Oh, yeah. Move penalty thing. Okay. Here, let me close this temple real quick. So normally when you cast Bone Storm, you move hella slow like this, right? But what you can do is if you tap the button, like the Bone Storm button twice, and then tap it a third time and hold. So tap, and then tap and hold. It overrides the move speed penalty somehow, and you can cast it while moving full speed. So tap, and then a third tap really quickly, and then you hold it down on the third tap. Try it out. You kind of have to play around with it a little bit, but once you get used to it, you can do it every time. $460 spirit is insane, dude. It's a very cool build. Yeah, you're welcome. Enjoy. I wish I had known that for before when I made my build guide, but it was after I posted that build guide video that somebody commented in my YouTube video build guide telling me about that. I had done it once by accident and I was like, what the hell did I just do? And I couldn't replicate it, but somebody made a video and sent it to me telling me how to do that. Definitely a game changer. I'm sure GGG will fix it once they catch on to it, but it's a nice little bug. Yeah, 460 spirit is nutty, man. All spells wand. Got some nice gear. Yeah, my Oracle I got. What ended up happening to me is I made a lot of currency early league. I dropped a mirror on this character in the temple. Actually, before they did that first, I'm sure you guys remember, but like early in the league, they did the lock nerf. And then people had like legacy temples and all of that. I dropped a mirror before they did any of that stuff. You can see it on my my pilfering ring here. I had like 700 divs dropped, and I dropped a mirror around that time. And then I just kept going, and I like kept crafting and doing currency exchange flipping and stuff. And I had like 2 or 3 mirrors saved up, and then I made my Oracle and invested like 2 mirrors into it. And it's like the only real upgrade I can do on my Oracle at this point is to get an adorned. That would be pretty much the only thing that could make it better at this point. Definitely the strongest character I've ever made in this game. I feel like this build's pretty strong too, though. I'm very happy with how this build is playing. Your Oracle is really cool though, man. I like it. I've always really liked like high spirit builds that use a lot of like meta gems and stuff. Yeah, it was insane. I don't know if you watched any of Fub Gun's like temple runs and stuff, but he was like I'm trying to drop a mirror. I'm trying to drop a mirror. And he had dropped like 10,000 divines in the temple, hadn't seen a mirror. And here I am, like, I think I only had like 35 rooms in my temple and I dropped a mirror. It was pretty insane. And I had already earned close to a mirror in currency through like crafting and stuff. So I was balling early. And then with all that currency, I was like, well, instead of making more currency, I'm just going to like experiment with builds and stuff. And then I ended up kind of broke. I got an even bigger drop last night though. Last night in Sekhemas, I dropped this bad boy. Let me, so you can see. Damage is extra cold and spirit. Yeah, I saw that about Snoobe, that he had dropped like over 20 some thousand divs and finally got a mirror. My luck was crazy with it. I dropped a mirror and a Hinakora's lock within like a day or two of each other. Used up most of my RNG for the league. Except for this ATD. Yeah, 10k. I think I undersold it too. Because the next cheapest one was listed for 11k. All right, back to the temple. I'm going to do a couple more temple runs, probably just use up the rest of my energy, and then head to bed. I got to get up and go to work in the morning. They're only a mirror now? Oh, you just check the price on them? The extra cold and spirit ones? Yeah, I think cold is worth more. I'm not sure why, but maybe because of comet builds. And then if you look for an uncorrupted one, yeah, they're listed for 2 mirrors. But if you actually scroll down, like, see somebody else has one listed for 10,000 right now. Somebody has one listed for 8,000 or 11,800. I think extra cold is like the primo stat. I got super lucky. Like, that's the best. I used to, in previous leagues, like, Sekhemas was like my farm. I've probably farmed Sekhemas several hundred times, and that was the best against the darkness I've ever found. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because for cast on ailment, it generates more energy. For builds that don't generally have a lot of cold on them, that makes sense. Oh wait, I need an armory right now. I kind of messed up. I shouldn't have locked that room yet. Because of course now I get the armory. And the alk. And now I have to use another lock. Oops. That was dumb. Hey, we're almost done with the first chain though. Temple's coming along. I'm changing my loot filter back. Great luck on lock medallions this round. I've already got 3. Alright, I think that's it for this run. Absolutely. Yeah, it's good talking to you, man. Hope to see you in the stream again. Make sure you sub if you haven't done so already. I'm probably not going to stream again for a couple days. I'll probably stream again on Saturday. Take a couple days break from the game. But I'll be heading to bed soon here too. So exactly right. What else are you gonna do with all your earnings? Gotta do something fun with it, right? Alright, I need a thaumaturge. a thaumaturge. Thaumaturge connects to generator, so I'll throw it on a second one of those. All right. 3 more runs. That was fast. Thaumaturge. Never lucky.